It's obviously going to do a good job of keeping Igor Kerim, you know, a little more alive, but there's a spell pierce, alright, sure. Pay for it, I guess.
Easy deal.
Okay, I still have enough mana to pay for the spell pierce. What are you doing, man? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the prowess triggers, but like, what's the plan here? Oh.
There it is.
A mystical dispute as well.
Functional. Yeah, functional spell pierce enough to get in for Xaxes.
Settle the wreckage.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh my god! A 100-card historic brawl. Settle the wreckage in hand after I called it.
Riley, here we go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. Seasoned Pyromancer can let you ditch your hand in this case to draw 2 cards, and we need exactly 2. We need Bone Crusher Giant and an untapped red source.
Need the Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp, which stops the 9 lives from preventing damage, and we need the red source to cast the Stomp, Dennis. And wouldn't you know
there it is!
Look at that! I've always maintained, Dennis, I've always maintained that Magic is a very skill-testing game indeed, and Charizard James is showing us just how skill-based this game is, ripping the actual perfect 2 off the top here, and is going to win the game on the spot because of it.
Yo, what's up, Titan Smash? Oh no!
If this was the only way Tybalt's Trickery had ever been used, Riley, I think it would have been balanced the way Wizards intended it.
I think this is actually Magic as R&D intended. Tybalt's Trickery. Getting rid of an eye twitch? Why are you scared of an eye twitch? Now you have to deal with the lolth. What was that?
I'm terrified of an eye twitch, dude. Like, if only it had been something like a lolth, you know?
Raise the alarm. We found their win con. We didn't know what it was, and now we know. I've now found their win con. I don't like it. You fool didn't play around Triple Tithe. Listen. My opponent had Sky Tether main deck and then boarded out of all the bad cards and boarded in good cards like Memory Lapse and Teferi. How am I supposed to win if I know that? Their tempo play of 2 soldiers are going to win them the game. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I can't look. I can't look. Ow. Man, Valkmir is a problem.
Nope.
Oh no. Wait, what just happened? Why was this 5 mana? Oh no. It came in tap.
Oh no! It came in tap.
Oh my god! Did we do it?
Yes! I attack!
Holy shit!
I attack! I attack! I attack!
Everyone's clenching right now.
No! Oh, he lost! He lost!
I attacked! No! No! What?
Oh, he lost! Oh no! Oh man!
What? Okay, I want them to kill this first. So I play this first. And I want these 2 to cast my other spells. No! Stop, opponent! Stop it! Please stop. Please stop. Please don't do it to me. Don't cast another land destruction spell. Please, oh my. Let's go! Not distortion! Yeah! Feel the power of the 6 mana black sorcery. Not distortion, come forth! I summon the winged dragon of Ra! was exaggerating. Oh, I'm Royal Russian again! Oh my god! Kicker! Base! Oh, double Chandra emblem! Oh, is this... Yes! Oh! Oh! I guess I should just use this anyway. Wait, is this game? Oh, face damage! Oh, no freaking way! All right, give me Scorpion off the top right now. It's just too good to be true. It's just too good to be true. It's just too good to be true! What the heck, dude? Cheating! They have Fatal Push. I don't care. If they have Fatal Push, they're gonna use it now. Oh no, it goes back in the deck! No! Oh, if they have Fading Hope, I swear. I'm gonna pay 3 life and then they're gonna Fading Hope it back to their hand. I'm gonna cry. Okay, I didn't say that. Oh no, I should have played Dahlia first. No, I should have played Dahlia first. No, don't do it. No, no.
Riley, does your opponent ever make a play that doesn't seem to make sense on the surface, but then over time starts to kind of come together a little more?
Yeah, this Aether Gust's obviously going to do a good job of keeping Igor Kerim, a little more alive, but there's a spell pierce, alright, sure. Pay for it, I guess.
Easy deal.
Okay, I still have enough mana to pay for this spell pierce. What are you doing, man? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the prowess triggers, but like, what's the plan here? Oh.
There it is.
A mystical dispute as well.
Functional. Yeah, functional spell pierce enough to get in for Xaxes.
Settle the wreckage.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh my god! A 100-card historic brawl. Settle the wreckage in hand after I called it.
Riley, here we go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. Seasoned Pyromancer can let you ditch your hand in this case to draw 2 cards. And we need exactly 2. We need Bone Crusher Giant and an untapped red source.
Need the Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp, which stops the 9 lives from preventing damage, and we need the red source to cast the Stomp, Dennis. And wouldn't you know
there it is!
Look at that! I've always maintained, Dennis, I've always maintained that Magic is a very skill-testing game indeed, and Charizard James is showing us just how skill-based this game is, ripping the actual perfect 2 off the top here, and is going to win the game on the spot because of it.
Yo, what's up, Titan Smash? Oh no!
If this was the only way Tybalt's Trickery had ever been used, Riley, I think it would have been balanced the way Wizards intended it.
I think this is actually Magic as R&D intended. Tybalt's Trickery. Getting rid of an eye twitch? Why are you scared of an eye twitch? Now you have to deal with the lolth. What was that?
I'm terrified of an eye twitch, dude. Like, if only it had been something like a lolth, you know?
Raise the alarm. We found their win con. We didn't know what it was, and now we know. I've now found their win con. I don't like it. You fool didn't play around Triple Tithe. Listen. My opponent had Sky Tether main deck and then boarded out of all the bad cards and boarded in good cards like Memory Lapse and Teferi. How am I supposed to win if I know that? Their tempo play of 2 soldiers are going to win them the game. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. I can't look. I can't look. Ow. Man, Valk Mirror is a problem.
Nope.
Oh no! Wait, what just happened? Why was this 5 mana? Oh no! It came in tap!
Oh no! It came in tap.
Oh my god! Did we do it?
Yes! I attack!
Holy shit!
I attack! I attack! I attack!
Everyone's clenching right now.
No! Oh, he lost! He lost!
I attacked! No! No! What?
Oh, he lost! Oh no! Oh man!
What? Okay, I want them to kill this first. So I play this first. And I want these two to cast my other spells. No! Stop, opponent! Stop it! Please stop. Please stop. Please don't do it to me. Don't cast another land destruction spell. Please, oh my. Let's go! Not distortion! Yeah! Feel the power of the 6 mana black sorcery. Thought distortion, come forth. I summon the winged dragon of Ra. Oh! Oh! Hardship! Oh! 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 What the heck, dude? I was exaggerating. Oh, Royal Eruption again! Oh my god! Kicker! Base! Oh, double Chandra emblem! Oh, is this... Yes! Oh! Oh! I guess I should just use this anyway. Wait, is this game? Oh, face damage! Oh, no freaking way! All right, give me Scorpion off the top right now. It's just too good to be true. It's just too good to be true. It's just too good to be true. What the heck, dude? Cheating. They have Fatal Push. I don't care. If they have Fatal Push, they're going to use it now. Oh no, it goes back in the deck. No. Oh, if they have Fading Hope, I swear. I'm gonna pay 3 life and then they're gonna Fading Hope it back to their hand. I'm gonna cry. Okay, I didn't say that. Oh no, I should have played Thalia first. No, I should have played Thalia first. No, don't do it. No. No.
Riley, does your opponent ever make a play that doesn't seem to make sense on the surface, but then over time starts to kind of come together a little more?
Yeah, this Aether Gust obviously going to do a good job of keeping Igor Karim, a little more alive, but there's a spell pierce, alright, sure. Pay for it, I guess.
Easy deal.
Okay, I still have enough mana to pay for the spell pierce. What are you doing, man? I mean, yeah, sure, you get the prowess triggers, but like, what's the plan here? Oh.
There it is.
A mystical dispute as well.
Functional. Yeah, functional spell pierce enough to get in for Xaxes.
Settle the wreckage.
I'm glad you asked.
Oh my god! 100-card historic brawl. Settle the wreckage in hand after I called it.
Riley, here we go. Nothing ventured, nothing gained here. Seasoned Pyromancer can let you ditch your hand in this case to draw 2 cards. And we need exactly 2. We need Bone Crusher Giant and an untapped red source.
Need the Bone Crusher Giant with Stomp, which stops the 9 lives from preventing damage, and we need the red source to cast the Stomp, Dennis. And wouldn't you know
There it is!
Look at that! I've always maintained, Dennis, I've always maintained that Magic is a very skill-testing game indeed, and Charizard James is showing us just how skill-based this game is, ripping the actual perfect 2 off the top here, and is going to win the game on the spot because of it.
Yo, what's up, Titan Smash? Oh no.
If this was the only way Tybalt's Trickery had ever been used, Riley, I think it would have been balanced the way Wizards intended it.
I think this is actually Magic as R&D intended. Tybalt's Trickery. Getting rid of an eye twitch? Why are you scared of an eye twitch? Now you have to deal with the lolth. What was that?
I'm terrified of an eye twitch, dude. Like, if only it had been something like a lolth, you know?
Raise the alarm. We found their win con. We didn't know what it was, and now we know. We didn't know what it was, and now we know. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Thirsty Can and Vortex are in the chat. What is up, friends? Today we have a Mardu mid-range deck that we're going to be going over. Mardu Vampires, I should say, that we're going over for our friend Darlak that has a deck submission for us in chat. We might not be putting on YouTube, but I will be fixing it up a little bit. I don't know if Darlak is in chat right now, but if you are, let me know. But it's Mardu Vampires, but it's kind of all over the place, and I don't really know what the direction is. So we're going to do a little bit of a deck tech and deck building session right now with the Mardu Vampires deck, and we are going to fix it up and make it as good as possible with some cards that we have. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it and look at the original deck that I've been sent here. So going over some of these cards that I've been sent, and I know you guys can see it, and I'll go over all the cards here for you guys, and we're gonna do this up like it's definitely a deck tech. We're gonna do it, but I'm gonna go over some deck building strategies and things like that for you guys that might want a clearer or concise way, or more robust way of how I build my decks. And I know you've seen, if you're in chat before, or if you've been here for a while, you've seen me build decks before, but I'm gonna go into a little bit more detail with this one. We might play for a couple matches as well. Is this Alchemy or Standard? Let me double check. Pretty sure it's Alchemy. It's Traditional Standard. I don't know if they were meaning for it to be Traditional Standard or if they were meaning for it to be Alchemy. But I don't see any Alchemy cards in here. But they said I could edit it to however I want. But they do want the deck list back after I'm done with it, so I'm inclined to keep it standard. Also, I have a brand new YouTube video out. It's the Dimir Control video. Or not Dimir Control, it's a Esper Control video. So, if you want to help out the channel, put the video on in the background. Give it a like. And you can put it on mute or something. Let's get some music playing while I do this, and then we're going to go over my deck building strategies and go over some game plans here. What's up, Captain John? Suggestion to sideboard and some Cemetery Gatekeepers because I really like that little red bugger against instant and sorcery heavy decks. Cemetery Gatekeeper. I really like that card too, actually. I played that card quite a bit. But the first thing I notice here is the lands. Now, this is not going to be the first thing we change, but it's the first thing I notice. 10 plains, 12 swamps, and 10 mountains. Maybe they don't have some of the dual lands, but you definitely want some dual lands in here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 white cards in the entire deck, and there's 10 plains in here. We have much more black here and very minimal red, and we have 13 red sources. So the first thing I see here is we're going to want some dual lands, and then we're going to want more black than anything else, and then we're going to want white, and then red. And maybe we don't even want this Voldaren Epicure here because it is a red 1-drop, and we have our only other red cards are 5 and 6 mana here. But we might be changing the cards in the deck. I don't know if this is supposed to be Artisan or budget, because I see a very few amount of rares in here. There's a lot of rares in here. Got Roiling Vortex in here. All right, so I'm seeing a theme here. The theme is vampires. This here is a vampire on the other side. This here is a vampire. Wedding Security is a vampire. Falcon Wreath Celebrants is a vampire. Olivia's Attendance is a vampire. So I'm getting a real vampire feel here. So that's why I think this is Mardu Vampires. First of all, in a deck like this, you're going to want to be at least aggressively slanted. Cards like Voldaren Epicure, Persistent Specimen that want to be played on turn 1, some things like that that are already in this deck, makes me think like you want this to be a little bit aggressive, especially with the Groom's Finery in here. Draining Life, 2 mana, 2/1 Voldaren Bloodcaster. So we're going to want this to be aggressively slanted. This deck also, they're calling this deck Bloodletter, so we're going to call it Bloodletter here as well. No, this actually isn't draft. This is a deck submission that they said, feel free to edit this, so I'm giving a little bit of a training on deck building based on how this deck is currently built. Let's also space this out a little bit. And based on a few of the things that we've already said, that we want this to be aggressive, that we want this to be blood token synergistic, we're going to take out some cards in here that are either not blood token synergistic or also are not aggressively slanted. Okay, so a card like this is a good example. A card like Roiling Vortex that we have in the deck here, this is aggressively slanted. You want this to kill your opponent, but does it make blood tokens? Does it sacrifice things? Does it help from discarding out of your hand? Is it good with blood tokens? The answer to that is definitely no. But let's take out the cards that are maybe aggressively slanted, but are not that, or maybe are blood token synergistic, but are not aggressively slanted. So let's do that first. Before we do both things at the same time, let's make it as simple as possible, and let's take out the things that are not aggressive. A card like Wedding Invitation, when it enters the battlefield, draw a card, and you can sacrifice it. The target creature can't be blocked this turn. If it's a vampire, it gains lifelink. So this card is you have one thing going for you. This card is vampire synergistic. This card is aggressively slanted, but this card does not deal with blood tokens. It is aggressively slanted, so we're going to leave this here for now. Sanguine Statuette, ETBs, make a blood token, so it has blood token synergy. Whenever you sacrifice a blood token, you may have it become a 3/3 vampire artifact creature with haste till end of turn. So this does both things for us. It is a creature, and it is a blood token synergy. But we are going to, we have another kind of stipulation of what I like to do in deck building, and that is, one of them that I didn't say already is Curve. So this one does fall into Curve on turn 2. Like, honestly, I've never seen this card before, or like I never really considered it. But one other thing is situationalness, or like, is this good by itself, or does this need a bunch of other things to be good? And that's something that I think this card has a problem with. It's only good when you have a blood token. It's really good when you have a blood token, but once you sacrifice the blood token, it can no longer become a creature. And it also doesn't have any keywords like flying or lifelink or anything. It does have haste, but so you can make a blood token and then sacrifice it, but that also costs mana. So this card is pretty mana intensive, and you have to have a blood token. So that's very situational, but this might be one of the last cards that we cut, but I think it's going to be a cut. All of these cards are probably going to be a little bit aggressively slanted, so let's go ahead and go over towards this side of the curve to see what's not aggressively slanted. So, let's see. This is this 3 out of 2/2 when it enters battlefield, make a blood token. There's a lot of other cards that do this that are better than a 3 mana 2/2, so that's not aggressively slanted in my eyes, so we're going to cut this. Honored Heirloom is also a card that I know we're trying to ramp up to these 5 drops here with Honored Heirloom, but this card is not aggressively slanted. It doesn't go with the game plan that we want, so we're going to cut this card. Brings to mind Forebears and Anya. Yeah, that's the direction that I think we're going to be going. We're cutting the cards that aren't really aggressively slanted, that don't really make blood tokens. This makes a blood token. Whenever it attacks, you may sacrifice a blood token if you do get +2/+2. This is aggressively slanted. It does have menace, but there is another card that's 4 mana that's better than this already. So we are going to cut this one. Well, actually, I'm gonna leave this for now. We're gonna go over a different stipulation later. Wedding Security. Attacks, you may sacrifice blood token if you do put a +1 counter on Wedding Security and draw a card. So this is card advantage, but there's another card with card advantage that does that. And this at 5 mana 4/4 with no keywords, not aggressively slanted enough for us. At 5 mana, the card better win the game. Welcome Celebrants, Menace, when it enters battlefield, create 2 blood tokens. That's a 5 mana 4/4 with Menace that makes 2 blood tokens. That's pretty expensive. If you're going for aggressively slanted and your 5 mana card doesn't have haste, or isn't like winning the game, then there's better things that we could be doing. So not aggressively slanted enough, so we're going to cut this. Olivia's Attendant. If this card had haste, it would be great, but you can have this deal 1 damage to any target by paying 3 mana, so very mana intensive. 6 mana, 6 mana. It doesn't even have haste. When it deals combat damage, create that many blood tokens, which is very strong. But if you're not reanimating this out of the graveyard somehow, 6 mana is really tough to get off in an aggressively slanted deck. So we're going to cut this. One thing I noticed, that we probably only need 24 lands in this deck, 25 at the most. So we're going to make that 25. So let's go ahead and cut some of these. And that's 15 plus 10 is 25. So we're gonna keep it like there for now. So now we've cut all the cards that are not aggressively slanted. Okay, so now we are going to cut some cards that don't really make blood tokens or don't go with the strategy. Soren's kind of an outlier because it doesn't make blood tokens and it's not aggressively slanted, but this card is really good. Makes a 2/3 black vampire with flying and lifelink, and also draws cards. So things that we're gonna cut, some things that aren't really blood synergistic. Innocent Traveler is a human turns into a vampire, but it's not blood synergistic, and it's also not aggressively slanted, so we're gonna cut this. Markov Purifier helps if you gain life, but you get extra mana to draw cards, and there's other ways to create card advantage with this card. So we're gonna cut this card. It does not help with our blood token strategy. Bride's Gown is aggressively slanted, but this does not help with our blood token strategy. It gives +2/+0, and then it gives additional +0/+2 in first strike if you have Groom's Finery on the battlefield. This is a little bit too situational for us. It's not really aggressively slanted. It's pretty expensive, so we're going to cut Groom's Finery, and Bride's Gown. Nurturing Presence is an aura, and it says whenever it enters the battlefield, it gets +1/+1. When it enters the battlefield, make a 1/1 white spirit token. Not only is it's aggressively slanted, which is why we didn't cut it in the first round, but this does not make blood tokens, and it is not a vampire. So we're going to cut these. Sanctify, destroy target artifact or enchantment. You gain 3 life. I'm going to throw this in the sideboard right now because destroying artifacts or enchantments might be something we want to do in games 2 and 3. Vampire's Kiss. Target player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Make 2 blood tokens. This is a 2-mana sorcery that makes 2 blood tokens, but we also have this cool card, Voltaren Bloodcaster, here that makes a bunch more blood tokens as well. So I feel like it might be overkill. So we're gonna cut this card. We'd much rather a 2-mana card be a creature in this case. Blood Petal Celebrant has first strike as long as it's attacking. When it dies, make a blood token. This might be good in a little bit of a sacrifice deck. But it might like having this die might be a little bit hard to do. I mean, yeah, we could be playing like the 2-mana sacrifice card. 2-mana sacrifice a creature or artifact and draw 2 and make a treasure. But I think there's better cards that we can put in its place. Ceremonial Knife. It's +1/+1 has whenever it deals combat damage, make a blood token. Could be good, but it is 3 mana to put on a creature. And these days, especially playing as blue or black, you go to put the ceremonial. You play all this mana, put the Ceremonial Knife on your thing, and it just gets bounced. And then you just basically gave them an extra turn for 1 mana. So we are going to cut Ceremonial Knife. Radiant Grace, it gets +1/+1 Vigilance. This doesn't make any treasure tokens. It's just an aggressively slanted card. We'd much rather have a creature in that case. What about Chandra? Could be a thing. Chandra doesn't really help with vampires or blood tokens, but and it only makes red mana and not black mana, so I'd be inclined to say no on that one. Drogskull Infantry is a spirit soldier and an aura. It's aggressively slanted, being a 2-mana 2/2, but it is not a vampire and it doesn't make blood tokens. Restless Bloodseeker, beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, make a blood token. Sacrifice 2 blood tokens, transform it, activate only as a sorcerer. Now, you have to pay 5 mana to have each opponent lose 2 life and gain 2 life. But if you gain life this turn, make a blood token on the end step, it's pretty okay. So I'd be inclined to keep this card in the deck if we're going towards a blood token strategy. So let's bump up this and this for now. Gluttonous Guest is when ETBs make a blood token. Whenever you sacrifice a blood token, you gain a life. So this gain a life strategy works with Restless Bloodseeker. These cards work very well together. And it is also a vampire. And it's also blood synergy. And it also makes a blood token when it enters the battlefield. So if you're going for budget, we could play 4 of these. The Socialite here, I was going to go over that later. A Braid is a pretty good removal spell. I mean, you could be playing... Alright, you could be playing something like Infernal Grasp or something, because you're gaining so much life in this deck, the 2 life that you lose probably doesn't matter as much. So we're going to change out a Braids for Infernal Grasp. I put 1 in the sideboard because we might need it for like mono green and stuff. Blood Fountain, it makes a blood token for 1 mana, and you can pay 4 and tap it and sacrifice it. Returns 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand. This card is actually it does make treasure blood tokens, but it's much worse than if you played a card like Aghanim's Awakening. Whereas this is also a land, it also brings back things to the battlefield, so bringing back things to your hand. Let's throw in a couple of Aghanims in the deck, shall we? Alright, moving on to Roiling Vortex. This card is aggressively slanted, which is why I didn't take it out in the first wave, but it doesn't have a vampire synergy and doesn't make blood tokens, so maybe this is okay in the sideboard. Statuette is a little card I'm a little bit iffy on. Wedding Invitation doesn't make blood tokens. It draws a card, and it gives your vampires lifelink. This is interesting, but you have to sacrifice it to do that, and I don't think that's good enough. I think if you're on 2 mana, you want to be casting a creature. So we're going to cut this. This card is a little bit too situational, which is what I was talking about. You don't want to be in a place where this is on the board and you don't have any blood tokens. In a deck like this, you should have blood tokens, but it also is just a 3/3, and it doesn't have any keywords, so we're going to cut this. Grotak Bugcatcher is a 2-mana 1/2 Trample Goblin Warrior. It is aggressively slanted. It's pretty synergistic, but it doesn't really go with vampires, so we're going to cut it. Curse of Shaken Faith. When an enchanted player casts a spell other than the first spell they cast each turn or copies the spell, Curse of Shaken Faith deals 2 damage to them. This could actually be okay against maybe like a Is It control deck or something like that, but we are in regular or standard as well, so Is It control is a deck that we have to care about. This card might actually be okay in the sideboard because they copy things and it deals 2 damage if they copy, and it also does more damage if they play more than one spell in a turn. So we're gonna try this card out in the sideboard. Persistent Specimen, it's Graveyard Recursion. It's Graveyard Recursion, but like it's a 1-mana 1/1. I'm just gonna cut it. Okay, so this is okay, and this card is the last card I want to talk about here. This card is very similar to or is that card only Alchemy? Oh, that card is only Alchemy. Just kidding. The 4-mana card that I'm talking about that discards a card, that is definitely only Alchemy. So we're just going to cut it. Alright, so looking at some vampires that might help us out here, especially since we're Mardu. At this point, we could just be red-black. But Mardu gives us some tools, like Welcoming Vampire. Welcoming Vampire is a card that gives us draw power like we had in the deck before that we ended up cutting. But this is a 3-mana 2/3 flyer. And then when one or more creatures with power 2 or less enter the battlefield under your control draw a card, it triggers only once each turn. So when we play our Voldaren Bloodcaster, we play our Restless Bloodseeker, Voldaren Epicure, even our Gluttonous Guest, and even the Sorin 2/3, we draw a card off of each one of those creatures. So this is definitely a card that we want in our deck. And I think we might actually just want more than 2, but we'll put 2 in here for now. Looking at all the vampires here, looking at the sideboard that we have here, Expedition Skulker is a 2-mana 2/2. It has Death Touch as long as you control another rogue. It's a vampire rogue, but we don't have any other rogue synergies, so it basically is just a 2-mana 2/2, so we're going to cut that from the board. Null Priest of Oblivion is a vampire, but is this card better than Academy's Awakening? Like, we're already playing that. It's 6 mana to kick this, to return a creature from your graveyard to the battlefield. I don't even think this card is terrible, but like, when do you want this card? For like Menace and Lifelink, what matchup do you want this card? And if this is not already in the main deck. So like, I think I'm just gonna throw it in the main deck for now. Slaughter Specialist, it makes 1/1s, which blocks their stuff, which is unfortunate, but it does get pretty huge. When things die. So if we want to go that route, we can do that. And then the last card that was in here is Marauding Blight Priest. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses life. It's a 3-mana 3/2 vampire. We are going to be gaining some life in this deck with maybe Null Priest of Oblivion, Lifelink. This card works off of life gain. Gluttonous Guest is life gain as well. Sorin makes 2/3 lifelinkers, so maybe we have a little bit of a life gain synergy with this deck. And then Marauding Blight Priest will be pretty good. You could kind of do some things with. This doesn't say each opponent loses a life for each life you gain, though. So, it's only 1 life that they lose. So I'm inclined to say no on this card, because there's probably more 3-drops that we can play that are better than this. But we might come back to that. Let's see. Voldaren Epicure is probably a 4 of in this deck, knowing that we want to be aggressive, and we also want to make blood tokens, so it's a good 1-mana way to make blood tokens. We definitely want more Sorin. Sorin is like the way we create card advantage in this deck, and also makes vampires. Let's also check something else here. Callous Blood Mage exiles graveyards, also draws cards. Maybe we want that card. But there's a couple cards that I want to point out here. Nighthawk Scavenger is a very, very powerful vampire. It's a huge lifelinker, and it also has Death Touch, so really good against mono green. So let's try this card out here in the deck. Also draws a card if it doesn't have 3 power already. Looking at more cards in the deck here. We want to go to our let's go to Falkenrath Forebear and talk about this card real quick. This card sacrifices blood tokens in his graveyard recursion for a 3/1 flyer that can't block. It's really good against control decks, so I might just put this in the deck right now. You can pay a black and sacrifice 2 blood tokens to return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. So maybe we just put this in the sideboard against control decks for now. We have Blood Vial Purveyor. That is a huge vampire. 5/6 for 4 mana. But they create blood tokens whenever they cast spells, and then whenever it attacks, it gets +1/+1/+0 till end of turn for each blood token they control. So, this card's really good against mono green and stuff. I'm not sure how good it is against Izzet because of how much bounce spells they have, and you don't want them filtering their draws. But I could see this card being really good against mono green and like Goldspan Dragon decks and stuff. So we might throw a few of those in the sideboard. Enrica Domnathi is in general, a pretty versatile card. Can make them sacrifice creatures, can draw cards, can transform into a 3/4 Death Touch Flying Lifelinker. So I'm going to try out one of these here in the deck. And then we also have I might actually take out an Infernal Grasp, take out a couple of these. I want to fit a certain number of Meathook Massacres in here too. There's also Cemetery Gatekeeper that's a vampire that does a similar thing. So we're actually going to put this in the sideboard here. To have better play against Izzet. Let's see. I believe there's a card that we're forgetting, and I think NS was correct in saying Blood Vial Harvester. So let's, this card is not aggressively slanted at all. Maybe this is just a cut. It does make blood token when it enters the battlefield. And it facilitates the Bloodseeker. Ends up if you gain life, make a blood. Whenever you sacrifice a blood, gain a life. These cards kind of go together. Maybe cut Slaughter Specialist. Alright, so let's go ahead and throw in an Edgar in here. Because this guy's other vampires you control get +1/+1. Blood Type Harvester is a card that I was thinking about here. When it enters about to make a blood token, you can sacrifice it to have target creature get -X/-X, where X is twice the number of blood tokens you control. So let's go ahead and throw 4 of those in here. It's also a 2-mana 3/2, which is really good. Oh, look, it's a green vampire. Wow. This is regular or standard. This is not alchemy. And then let's cut a Sorin and put in a couple Anyas in here. That card's really strong. And then I feel like we kind of want Vampire Socialite too, but this doesn't make blood tokens. We kind of want to go do a blood token synergy. I'm cutting Voldaire and Epicure. Well, no, this makes blood tokens then as aggressive. All right. We could do Florian. We could do Vampire Socialite. I want to throw in a couple copies of Meat Hook Massacre in here. And I kind of also want to put Sacrifice, draw 2 cards in here too. Because this will help us gain life also, whenever we destroy our opponent's stuff. We'll put a couple Meat Hook Massacres in here. This card is a removal spell that gains life, so maybe we want this. I want 3 of the black tap land. Is Purveyor that good? I feel like it gives card advantage to the opponent. I mean, it's not card advantage to the opponent. It's card selection, but at the same time, it's just a huge vampire against mono green and other aggro decks. Really hard for red based removal decks to get rid of that. Also good against dragons. Mr. Predator seems better. Do we really want to be sacrificing our creatures though? Is Mr. Predator better than Blood Vial Purveyor? You cut Henrique doesn't seem strong. It adds to our life gate. It turns into a life linker, which I like. It's like synergistic with our deck. I mean, I'm not saying that Emberstone Predator is bad. But I might give this the edge because it just doesn't die to so many things. And like, yeah, you can make the argument that Emerson Predator also doesn't die because it gets indestructible, but you have to sacrifice something. I might want my last few cards to be... Paladin class. This card's just so important against control. I mean, we could just take this out and put removal spells in its place. Then I think I want to play Deadly Dispute. We can sacrifice the blood tokens to draw cards. So now I think I like this, what we have going on here. The curve is a little bit more spread out. We have more copies of cards than just one ofs and stuff. Our cards don't cost a ton of mana. It's very synergistic with the Vampire synergy, with Blood Token synergy, and with Life Gain synergy. Notably, Nighthawk Scavenger has lifelink, Anya gains life, Soren 2/3s gain life, Henrika gains life. Restless Bloodseeker, when you gain life, make a blood token. Gluttonous Guest gains life. Meathook Massacre gains life. That's a good synergy. All of our vampires get buffed by Edgar. Edgar comes back. Edgar makes 1/1 lifelinkers, which is good. It's aggressively slanted with Vulgarian Epicure, dealing a damage, being a 1/1, making a blood token. Restless Bloodseeker, Voldaren Bloodcaster, making more blood tokens. Blood Tithe Harvester, being a 3/2 aggressive threat. Welcoming Vampire, giving us card advantage and being a flyer. This card is our only like non-aggressive card, but this card makes a ton of gains a ton of life and gives us tokens with this card. Use made isn't mill. Sounds disgusting. Honestly, I think Gluttonous Guest is probably our worst card in the deck, but it has a good synergy with Restless Bloodseeker, so we can try to get that off. And then Nighthawk Scavenger is a really good card by itself. So now we have the main deck, so now we're going to have to go with the mana base. So we have 25 lands here. I did that on purpose so that we could play all the lands that we want to play, plus play some creature lands, plus play an MDFC or two. You're a piece of garbage. Listen, you said it, not me. All right, so we're going to go to Pathways and play all the pathways that we can play. So let's go ahead and cut 4 planes and put black, white cards in, cut 4 mountains, and put these in. And then we cut 4 swamps, put these in. All right, so now we have all the pathways that we would need. So now we have to, and we do it this way on purpose because we want to be able to cast these cards on curve. Don't agree now. We might want to play like one more copy of That Game's Awakening. I kind of want to. Because like this could bring back the whole gang, you know what I mean? And then let's go to the slow lands. Tap unless you control. Alright, here's our slow lands. Brushstroke would be amazing in this deck. This deck would be insane in Alchemy. So if you wanted to switch this with an Alchemy deck, I would definitely switch to playing Brushstroke and playing, Oh, I know the perfect card to switch Gluttonous Guest out with. Actually, I'm going to change a couple more things with this deck. We're not going to play Deadly Dispute, and we're not going to play We're not going to play Gluttonous Guest, and we're not going to play, like, 2 of these. I know exactly what to put in here. So, we're going to cut this swamp, and we're going to cut 2 mountains. For some Haunted Ridges. More Haunted Ridges. So now we have to think to ourselves, okay, well, how many white sources do we have in this deck? I know for a fact that on turn 3, we want Welcoming Vampire to come down. And that means we have to play at least 13 white sources. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 right now. So we need to change out some like black sources or some red sources for white. So let's change this out for white. Let's change this out for a white. And then let's change this out for a white. And change this out for a white. So now we have to count how many red sources do we have. 3, 7, 11, 12. We probably want one more red source, actually. Let's take out a Shattered Sanctum. Or a Sundown Path. Actually, Sundown Pass is pretty bad in this deck. Right? Maybe not. Alright, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19 black sources. Which is kind of where we want to be, right? Excuse me. With Nighthawk Scavenger on turn 3. We probably can cut that to 18 black sources, but how many white sources do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Should be enough white. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 red. Should be okay. Now we change out Plain, Swamp, and Mountain to better looking ones. And now for the cards that I was talking about before. Wedding Announcement. One of my favorite cards. I didn't realize how reliant I had become on Forsaken for mana. Oh my gosh, that card's so good. This card is, like, one of the best cards in the Alchemy format, and I don't know why people won't, like, more people aren't playing it in Standard, so we're going to try this out. And then we're also going to play Rite of Oblivion to round out our white mana. Chef's Kiss. Like, yes, this doesn't make vampires, but, like, who cares? It's better than Edgar? Yeah, I know. It is better than Edgar. But Edgar still provides some staying power also. Just when it dies, it just comes back and it makes 1/1s. Like, the fact that it makes 1/1 white and black vampires with lifelink is relevant in this deck. Alright, so now that we've made this deck for standard, let's go ahead and play some games with it. I like the way that this is constructed right now. Wait, what's in store for us? Control has a harder time with Edgar, that's the plan. Whoa? It's the expeditions, or whatever they're called. Oh god. Do I get these? I just get the ones that are really good, right? I get Torrential Gearhulk, the ones that are played in Historic. This Ornithopter looks beautiful. So I just get Ornithopter, the ones that are actually played, right? Paradox Engine. This card has a probability of getting banned. And Torrential Gearhulk. I love Noxious Gearhulk, it's just not good enough. And neither is Verter's Gearhulk, or Combustible. Laner Bridge is a meme. You know what? Let's make a YouTube video out of this. I like this deck. We're not going to have the massive burn damage that comes from... Wait, I'm going to take Parasitic Grasp out of here, actually. I'm going to put one more Meat Hook in, and I'm going to put a... Infernal Grasp, I think. Or maybe 2 Path of Perils. Alright, let's try it. What's up, Jamers? Today we have a brand new deck. It's called Bloodletter. Mardu Vampires with a Blood Token theme. We're going to wrap up the Blood Token theme together in an aggressively slanted mid-range style deck. Could call it aggro, but we have some life gain synergy, some vampire synergy, some Blood Token synergy, so I'm super excited to share this deck with you. I just built it on stream right now, so we're going to play it together. We have 4 Voldaren Epicures to add to our Blood Token strategy with a Restless Bloodseeker, Voldaren Bloodcaster, one of the things that would make more Blood Tokens, Blood Type Harvester, making a Blood Token and using our Blood Tokens to destroy things. We have Welcoming Vampire to draw cards, Nighthawk Scavenger to deal a bunch of damage, get some lifelink, and be really good against aggro like Mono Green. Anya to close out the game at the end of the game, and also as a 4/5, which is super insane. We have Soren the Mirthless here to provide card advantage and making a 2/3 flying lifelink, and maybe winning the game with dealing 13 damage to their face. And we have an Edgar snuck in here that gives our vampires +1/+1 for our aggressively slanted deck, and also really hard to deal with for control decks. And we also have a late game finisher in Meat Hook Massacre. Not only does this get rid of all the things on the board if we're playing against a different aggro deck, but also deals a lot of damage to our opponent if we happen to have a bunch of creatures on board at the same time. We have white in this deck for, like I said, Welcoming Vampire, but we also have Wedding Announcement here, which is one of my favorite cards in this format. At the beginning of your end step, put an invitation counter on it, and if you attack with 2 or more creatures, you draw a card. If you didn't attack with 2 or more creatures, you make a 1/1. It does that twice, and then the third time it just is an anthem giving all of your creatures +1/+1, which is really good with all of our little creatures here. We have one little wrinkle in here as well called Rite of Oblivion. This card is really good in Alchemy, so we're trying it in Standard. As additional cost to cast it, sacrifice a non-land permanent, exile a non-land permanent, flashback for 4. So we can use our bloat tokens for this. We can use Meathook Massacre for this. We can use a Voldaren Epicure that we're not blocking with for this. But usually it's going to be blood tokens because we're going to be making a lot of them. This pairs very well with Voldaren Bloodcaster, sacrificing another creature to exile a non-land permanent. While sacrificing that, this triggers making a blood token. Then we can use that blood token the next turn to do the flashback cost and exile something else. So super excited about that. We have an Academ's Awakening, a couple Hive of the Eye Tyrants in here as well to complete the mana base. Some cards in the sideboard against control and other aggro decks. But without further ado, it all starts right now. Worst deck ever? Oh, I'm aware. No, I'm just kidding. I honestly think it has a chance to be good. Let's play this in ranked. Why does it default to play? That's what I want to know. Why, like, when it goes to last played, that's fine. I love this. You can keep pressing play. But when you go like this, it defaults to play. That is the worst. It defaults to play best of 1. So you have to click this, then click ranked, then click best of 3, then click standard Alchemy Hero Story. Like, why do I have to do so many clicks? I don't understand that. Like, why? Anyways, we're playing. No, Olivia must be trash, I know. So many clicks, I know. Also, if you guys haven't checked out my other YouTube videos yet, one of mine just went live today. It is the Esper control deck. It is a whole hour and 36 minutes. By the way, I played like a bunch of matches yesterday in a row. Like 4 matches in a row with Abzan, and I destroyed my opponents, and I was wondering why I didn't actually register in Untapped, and I realized why I didn't register in Untapped. I was accidentally playing on Unranked. I destroyed my opponents. And then when I realized that I was in unranked, I was like, dang it, crap. And then I moved to ranked and I played my match and I was like, why doesn't it show best of 3? And I realized I was in best of 1. And then I played another match after that. Accidentally, because I just pressed the play button right away, and it was best of 1 again. Alright, I guess the game doesn't want me to play vampires today. I'm going to exit out of arena and go back in. Traditional standard rank, thank you. Perfect. Yeah, never, right? I decided to try some play mode to casually progress my quest the game had given me and got matched up with some mono green jank. Was actually kind of feeling bad for them, and then they destroyed me. You were like, what is this deck? And then they're like, Overbrook Caretaker, and you lost it just that card and nothing else. It's like if they played Overbrook Caretaker and only basic lands the rest of the game, you still lost. Yeah, I know. I feel it. I feel you on there. All right, this is a lovely hand of all lands. Oh, hey, look. Aggressively slanted. What we like. This hand's actually insane. I would like one more spell, but this hand's still insane. I'm not throwing this back. I want to do this in a way where if I draw the red-black spell on turn 2, I'll cast that. So I'll do this on red on turn 1. The 3-2, I mean. Or I didn't, but I still drew this black mana that I would love to play now. And then we're going to go land Wedding Announcement and get Draw Disruption, because that's a Shipwreck Marsh. So I guess I'm not playing Wedding Announcement next turn. And I guess I'll play a Nighthawk Scavenger. Do a bounce spell? Inferno Grasp. I make a blood token. Sure thing. I really like this Wedding Announcement card. Hellstar, how's it going? And they lose 2 anyway from Infernal Grasp, exactly. Imagine not having Jawar on turn 2 every game. I'm actually not aware. I'm not, like, actually why Jawar Disruption doesn't happen on turn 2 every game. I'm a little bit perplexed. So due to this blood soak and stuff, I get to discard one of these Blight Step Pathways and draw a card. I also make a 1/1 here, so let's hope. Yeah, Wedding Announcement's really, really good. 5 mana black sweeper that exiles all my stuff. Foretelling. Is that a counterspell? Hey, look at that, another land. They discard a non-instant, this will get 3 power instead of 2. There we go. Another land. You'll love to see it. And then I'll attack with everything and draw a card. I guess this will lose a power because I'm exiling Infernal Grasp, but I'd rather exile Infernal Grasp than this lose a power because I don't want Lear to come down and wreck my day. Hey, look, a Sorin. Meat Hook? Is there a chance this is game? I mean, I have game on board just with the land attacking. Do I just go for game? I'm going for it. Oh wait, it's not game. I'm 1 off. No! No! I'm 1 off because of the stupid exile. No! Bad. Bad James. Bad James. Wombo combo. That's okay, they died anyway. Yeah, they're keeping their spells for next game. I mean, that was fun, though. Enrica's good against Lear, so I'm going to keep that in. You see how good Wedding Announcement is, though? Nighthawk Scavenger is a Nombo with Hive of the Eye Tyrant, but Hive of the Eye Tyrant is so good that it's, like, worth the Nombo, I think. Or we take out our Bloodseekers, and we take out with Bloodseekers, and we take out Meat Hooks for 4 Cemetery Gatekeepers, and then we'll take out our right of Oblivions because they don't really have. We don't really want to do sorcery speed removal in this matchup. We take those out for Paladin classes. And then what? And then we'll take out. I really want to play this forebear. I kind of want to take out a couple expensive cards, but these cards are so good. I'll take out an Anya and a Nighthawk, I think, for the forebears. Do I play Kaya 3 in tokens? I haven't played Kaya 3 at all, I don't think. I'm not sure. Yeah, Trespasser seems good. Oh my gosh, this hand is so good. And they can only take one Paladin class, so PogChamp. I want double black. So this is going to be the white. It's a shame that I have to play that land that they don't know about, but can't throw away double black for Scavenger here already. Hard to trespass by. I like the joke. Unfortunately, we don't get to play Harvester on turn 2, but this card's okay. Alright, Thirst for Discovery is really, really good for me because Nighthawk Scavenger is busted right now. The 4-3? Sorin. I don't know why I wasn't expecting that. Anya. Good card.
I bring my own army.
I think I just want to do this.
What's one more grudge?
The 6-4. Or it comes out of nowhere. I mean, they're playing black, so they have hard removal, but so I'm not like this is probably gonna die, but I have 2 creatures here anyway. I think I want to keep my lands here with the blood token. That's a good card. Oh, I love mid-range Lulu. Alright, let's play this for red, and then let's attack first. They didn't have removal? Alright, I'll play this out then. Because if they're waiting for end step for removal, then at least we have one more creature to play. It's only bad if they have a sweeper. Alright, I want triple black, right? For Agadeems. Them taking 6 damage is a huge chunk. Alright, they're gonna get rid of everything. I did not know they were playing Esper until right now. I thought they were just blue-black. If I draw a land, I can bring them back. Land, please? Oh, I have a land. No, but I want to draw a land naturally because I need the Agadeem's Awakening. Epic here. I think I'm discarding this. I want to eventually draw the land. Here we go. Then I'll just play this out to get destroyed. And then Agadeem's Awakening, since I have this 1-drop in the graveyard now, can bring back Nighthawk Scavenger, Blood Tithe Harvester, or Voldaren Bloodcaster, and Voldaren Epicure. Probably gonna be the Bloodcaster, honestly. I know Vampire Lands. I could have put 1 Vampire Land in here. Actually, not sure why I didn't. I didn't think of that card. Double Strike Lifelink, yes please, exactly. Emerith. Okay, I'm scared. Wait, at least that thing can't block Anya. Wait. Do I just double strike? No, there's a chance that they just bounce this, right? I think I go Voldaren Epicure plus, like, upgrade Paladin class, actually. No, I think I just burn them. I actually think I burn them. Because they're dead on board if I untap. If I untap, they die. They have to get rid of Anya right now or they lose. Dead. Let's go, Bloodletter. That's the reason to play Anya. That's not the flavor text, that's the actual text. Oh, sweet. I mean, that's just the power of Paladin class, honestly. That's why there's always 4 Paladin class in any white-based aggressive deck I play. From now on. Charge just insane. Yep. This mana base is working out, too. You want to go Harvester on turn 2? Let's get the 3-2 out there. Fortunately, we might not do very well against an Innkeeper ramp deck. They probably have Meat Hook Massacre. Especially with World Tree. That's more ramp. Or how we win. Scavenger. Double Bloodcaster seems good. I attack with 2 things, I draw a card, and even if they double block, okay, they're not double blocking. Draw a card. I know I'm only seeing green and white mana here, but this and this is double black for Meat Hook. Maul the Skyclaves. Okay, so they're a mid-range deck? And ramp? At least this isn't Vigilance. Multiple World Trees. Interesting. I can't make 2 blood tokens. Actually, I can. Wait, if I sacrifice blood... If I sacrifice Harvester to target Innkeeper, I make the blood token before it happens. I'm gonna try it. Perfect. Draw a card. Buff everything. Game? Give me game. Give me game. What do I hold my Bloodcaster? Teleportation circle. Oh, if they circle the Skyclave, it equips. PogChamp. That's actually insane. I never thought of that. That's pretty cool, though. I gotta say, kudos for that interaction. Oh, I win. Wait, do I win? No, I'm 1 off, right? No, I win because I had the Voldaren. That's broken. Oh, no! I was supposed to play Voldaren first. No, Voldaren... Okay, Voldaren first put them to 8. Voldaren first... Okay. Okay, chat. I still won, I just misplayed. Voldaren first, put them to 8, make a blood token, cast Henrika, sacrifice Voldaren Epicure, sacrifice their Innkeeper, attack for 8. That was game. Oh yeah, I could have sacked Henrika. True. But then they wouldn't have lost. Oh yeah. I sacrificed Henrika and then cast Voldaren. Okay. Both ways for game. Okay, can we unpunt, please? Exclamation point unpunt. It was game both ways. Alright, so what do I do here? Do I just want another... Do I just keep my Meat Hook Massacres in? I mean, I guess flying is good against that matchup. They probably play Yasharn. Do I care about Yasharn? I don't think so. I feel like I want to be aggressive still, but I also want flyers. So I'm gonna play the flyers. And then I'm gonna play a couple removal spells just in case they have a scary, like, Run and 7 token or something. You only play against dragons, clerics, wolves, and control yet. Well, that's basically alchemy in a nutshell. Look, even MTG bot knows I didn't punt. A punt hasn't occurred recently. I'm keeping this. I'm on the draw, so I'm keeping this. I have a flyer, I have a removal spell. I have 2 lands, but we'll draw more lands, right? That play with the Bloodcaster, with sacrificing, with making the blood tokens to kill the thing was really insane. You can't miss. How's it going? Oh, sick. The red card with no red mana. So far, my 25 land deck, I've drawn 2 non-lands in a row. On the draw. Is this going to be the James complains about not drawing mana game? Alright, their hand's empty. If I draw a land, I basically win the game. Insane 4-drop. We were never finding a land. Sad story. I'm doing this just because I know I'm not drawing land. I don't want to discard this Infernal Grasp to hand size. Like I said. I guess I would have still kept it because I have 7 here, right? Oh, they're playing this card that we were playing before. But took it out. It seems like the opponent forgot to play their, like their opponent's playing in the standard queue, but meant to be playing historic and also meant to be playing black mana for the card that sacrifices all their stuff, to sacrifice my stuff, whatever that card is. Are they playing vampires like us too? What? Teleportation circle plus wedding invitation, PogChamp? They're out vampiring us, chat. Discarding Ingenious Smith. I still am not drawing a land. Alright. Attack. Desperate times call for desperate measures. make a blood token. Use said blood token. Discard said 1-drop uncastable to draw a land. Sick. I love this game. I'm so glad I get to stream and make YouTube videos for you guys. Teleportation circle plus the Seeker's Chariot. Opponent knows what's up. Glad I kept my Meat Hook Massacres in. Oh, hey, look. A really powerful blocker. It's about to get outed immediately. Except for it's nighttime, please don't play another spell. Oh no. It becomes day as soon as Celestis enters the battlefield. So when they blink Celestis, it becomes day, which means they get to exile my Nighthawk Scavenger. Synergies. Oh, or they could just do that. At this point, I just want to see the rest of their deck. I'm going to lose this game. Imagine crewing 4 for Chariot when you can be playing Alchemy. Meat Hook? I need Meat Hook and a land. Yikes. Sick. Chariot Circle is better in Standard than it is in Alchemy. They're keeping me alive? Hello? They're messing with me now. Oh, it can't be blocked. They're like, I'll show you what I can do. I have this powerful card. I only need to attack with 1 card. Well, knowing that they play Brutal Cathar and stuff, I'm inclined to put in another Meat Hook Massacre or Path of Peril, but let's go another Meat Hook Massacre then. Epicure's probably bad, right? I'll keep this. I feel like Innkeeper is just the best possible thing they could be doing. And they keep drawing that. And then when this deals combat damage, I make a blood token. Seems good. Well, I could Meat Hook, but... Well, do I Meat Hook? Or I could just write Oblivion. If I meat hook, it's bad against another, if they have another chariot. I could grasp the chariot when they activate it. I mean, I can write and Infernal Grasp. Yeah, if I right sack the forebear, I can get it back by paying a black. But then I can't hold up Infernal Grasp also. I like having both options, just in case. Just in case they have, like, Yasharn. I guess if they have Yasharn, I bring back the forebear in response to Yasharn. And then on my turn, I Infernal Grasp Yasharn. They go land second chariot. ETB, look at the top four. You may reveal an artifact from them, put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom. Whenever one or more artifact in the battlefield. Okay. Alright, so this card's played in Modern, actually. ETB with a number of suspect counters, greatest creature, remove it. Okay. Can meat hook for 2. I can write again. I can just do the same thing. Why does this have 4 suspect counters on it? ETB with the number of suspect counters on it equal to the greatest number of creatures a player could... Oh, a player, not opponent. Oh. And they can pay 2 and remove it to draw a card? They can sacrifice it to draw a card. I could just Welcoming Vampire. I mean, it is a 2/3. I can also hold up Inferno Grasp. And maybe if times get tough, I can Inferno Grasp my own forebear. And then when it dies, it makes a blood token from Voldaren Bloodcaster. And then I can bring it back. That's not really that good. I would need another black for that. Well, they tapped their Field of Ruin, so that's a good sign. I have 7 damage right now. If I draw like a 2-mana creature next turn, I could have game. No, I don't have game. I'm like 1 off, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then if I meat hook for 3, that they live at 1. Unless there's a way I can deal 1 damage somehow. One thing's for sure, they don't have another chariot. Another Field of Ruin, okay. That ruins my day. Brutal Cathar. Actually fine. Hopefully they attack. Them gaining life is a little bit unfortunate. It's really smart of them to take the forebear, though, because it can't block. But now they can't attack with these. I should probably attack with this before it's too late with the Field of Ruins. Or I could just attack with everything and then meat hook for 3. Or meat hook for 2. Actually, wow, this actually is really good. Attack with everything plus meat hook for 2 is really strong. It keeps my Welcoming Vampire alive, but I also make 2 more of these, and I can bring this back with the black man, with last black mana remaining. If I was gonna meat hook for 2, it'd be better to let the Cathar live. They'd be at 6 right now instead, though. Like, we're going for killing them with cards in hand. If we were going for card advantage, we'd do it the other way. We would save the Inferno Grasp, but we're going for killing them. They tap their Field of Ruins again. Oswald. They're going to 4, so they lose. Sick. Forebear was really good there. And draw a card from the Vampire. It's power 2 or less, yeah. Alright, anytime I have Voldaren Bloodcaster on turn 2, I feel so much better about my life. I'm playing Red Man on turn 1 just to throw them off of what deck I'm playing. Oh, Spike Field. That's a card that's really good against Voldaren Bloodcaster, so hopefully they don't have 2 of those. Vice Lord, how's it going? That's a Jawar Disruption. Oh wow, Wedding Announcement. That's probably the best card I could have drawn. They don't have another Spike Field. What do they have for Fortell? They could have a bounce spell. Nighthawk Scavenger plays around Cinderclasm if they're playing that. I kind of figured they had the bounce spell. Could be a Demon Bolt. Could be a counter spell. Cinderclasm? Figured. I'm still gonna get a draw off this though. But hold the multiverse. Alright, so they want to use Field of Ruin on Hive, so how do I not make them do that? I just cast this first. I don't want to Anya until I can also drain from it. I'm going to draw a card off this, though, unless they kill it or bounce it. Morning, God Prince. They're at 4. I'll make a blood token on an end step from this. This will make my opponent kill my thing right now if they want to kill it. Oh my gosh, they have the Galvanic combo. So if they kill my stuff... Iteration first is a good sign. They could just, like, iteration Windfall again if they have it. Could just transform this. Sack 2 blood tokens. If I activate Hive, they kill it. And if they don't get rid of every creature I have right now, I kill them with Voldaren Epicure plus the activated ability of Bloodsoaked Reveler. They literally have to kill all my creatures right now. Oh! They can animate... They can do Cinderclasm kick. And that will do 4 damage to everything. I think they still die unless they can get rid of Voldaren Epicure. Is the best play just let this happen and then them take the 2 and then I play Anya? No. They're gonna bounce Voldaren Epicure, right? Oh, I shouldn't have tapped the red mana. I done goof. I mean, making them divide this is good, but they would be at 1. But now I'm going to play this and play Bloodcaster. I guess it still works out. Hopefully they can't, hopefully they don't survive it too. Yeah, I can just drain with Anya now. Please don't do anything else scary. That's not as scary, as they didn't copy it, so it's not scary. Wow. Beating Izzet is always insane. Especially in game 1 when we don't even have Paladin class or Cemetery Gatekeeper in our deck yet. What could go wrong? Oh wait, they could take 7 turns. Yup. Did they ban Foretell extra turn? No, they just changed it. Wait, in Standard, Wait, in standard is it banned in standard? Or is it changed in standard? Or is it the same? It's the same. It's just even if it's cast from hand, they can make 2 birds. Or did they do the birds thing in just alchemy? I need Infernal Grasp to stop the Hullbreaker Horror earlier. Only alchemy has the change. Okay, so they could have taken 18 extra turns there and still beat me. Good to know. What's up, Vincent? Yo, Vincent, thanks for the gift sub. To Nuno for 5 months in a row. Wow, thank you. I really appreciate that. Alright, we don't have black mana, but I'm keeping double paladin class. This is probably a spike field hazard, so I don't want to run my only creature into that. Uno is really the best mod. How about 3 paladin classes? Do we like 3? I mean, Cinderclasm's bound to happen eventually, right? They have to play all their cards main phase because Paladin class is insane. Try to get out of range of Cinderclasm. But they could just Cinderclasm now. I guess if they do that, Nighthawk Scavenger becomes like, what? I guess 6/5? Well, no. 5/4. Like I said, they're doing everything main phase because they have to. Adam the Ant Place, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. That's 2 subs in a row. Yo, we're almost hype train abound. That is almost hype train status. Forebear? They're gonna Cinderclasm right now, right? No, can they Cinderclasm? I don't even know if they can. No, they can't actually. It costs 6 mana to Cinderclasm for 2. Can we kill them with 2 1-drops? Can we kill them with 2 1-drops, chat? I don't know if we can. Probably not. Iteration? Iteration? Oh no. They're gonna take 3 extra turns here, right? They go land Epiphany and then we lose? Oh no, they have one foretold already. Are we dead? No. Oh, it's time to wait for a while, chat. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to use the blood token, discarding Falcon Wrath Forebear, just so I don't have to keep clicking. Alright, time to wait. Grab a cup of coffee, go to the bathroom, sit back, relax. We're definitely dead. Here's where all they do for the rest of these turns is look for more extra turn spells. Wait, we're already at 2 life. They attack us this turn, and then they attack us on their following turn, and then they attack us on their following turn, and just with what they have on board, I'm at 2. All they need to do is get, like, 2 Spikefield Hazards and I lose. Oh, or just that. Just when you think you're going to win, they just take it from you. Yeah, that's why I don't play Standard. That's why I play Alchemy. I don't want to play against that. I don't know why they didn't, like, touch Epiphany on the ban list. But Lear and Hullbreaker Horror are easier to deal with than them taking infinite turns in a row. Honestly, I don't even know if Infernal Grasp should be in my deck. I don't even know if they're playing Lear or not. YouTube comments asked for Standard? No, the deck submission. Whoever posted the deck, it was Darlak, that posted the deck submission, asked for, played this in Standard. How's it going, Mike? I have seen that Vorkaz. It means they win the game. Yeah, I don't have any desire to play Standard again either. It is the pits. Play around Jawari. Also, Nighthawk plays around Cinderclasm, which is nice. Doesn't play around that, but the only thing that plays around Divide by Zero is 0 mana cards. Alright, and before Cinderclasm? Yeah, I love Nighthawk too. Especially in a Vampires deck. Alright, they have to Cinderclasm now or in response to the wedding announcement on end step. Because if they don't, they can't kill the 1/1s. Well, they can, but they just have to pay an extra red. They could have, like, 2 bounce spells with, like, tapping double red manually like that. Well, that worked. I'm not playing my Harvester because I don't want to get Jawar Disruption. Is that a Demon Bolt? Yikes.
Consider yourself fortunate, our moments fly. You fight for me now.
That sucks. Turn 3, Divide by Zero. Turn 4... What do they do on turn 4? They just played Environmental Sciences and then played a land. And then turn 5, Burn Down the House. Turn 6, Epiphany. Kill Slorm with a Spike Field and double attack. 2 Spike Fields. I mean, I'm ecstatic about that. Holy crap. I love that. That means their hand is, like, not that good. Is it bad that I don't even want to tackle my 4/5s because it could take a billion extra turns and then I can't block with it? I should have played Harvester first, I guess. So I can't get Jawari'd. Yeah, I misplayed. I mean, I'm happy. I'm kind of happy it was Jawari, though, and not like a draw spell or something. Crap. Maybe it's Demon Bolt? I'm doing this and this to try to start attacking with Forebear and making them block and stuff. But I can't attack with my flyer yet because if they take a billion extra turns, it's not going to be good for me. Like, this 4/5 blocker is my only protection against them taking a lot of turns. They're going to Demon Bolt my Forebear and my Epicure. I mean, I am ecstatic about that. I love this. Honestly, just the best thing I could have asked for. I don't want them to start casting draw spells. That's why this is why I have Infernal Grasp. They can't currently deal with my 4/5 though, at all. Oh, they had Divide by 0. That sucks. Oh, they can't Divide by 0. I have Paladin class. Why did they Spike Field by 4/4? And so I guess now's the time to get in, right? Alright, please don't draw a draw spell. Gold span. Okay, I'm okay with that. Kinda. I really want to remove this 1/1. I can with the Harvester. But I don't really want to do that. Do I just double strike? No, I can't get rid of it anymore because I don't have a blood token. Wait, I do it from this. I think I'm just gonna risk it. And just hope they can't kill me. I'm gonna go to 21 though. They're not blocking. So they're just dead? Did they not realize I had double strike? Yes! I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. Be right back. We did beat Epiphany without even drawing Cemetery Gatekeepers. But, the Inferno Grasp on the Lear was really strong. Every time I have Wedding Announcement in my hand, I'm just like, yes. Although this hand's not that good, but it has a Wedding Announcement. And I have a couple ways to make blood tokens. We'll go red, and then white, and then black for this. No, I'll go red. Yeah, red, white, black, and then if I draw Scavenger, I play second black and then play Scavenger. Another Spike Field. You love to see it. I mean, you don't love to see it, but still. Oh, why do I keep playing against this? And then I pitch Pathway to Blood. This is why I don't play regular standard, though, because playing against this deck is the pits. Why do I keep playing against Epiphany? Because it's standard. That's what happens. I guess Welcoming Vampire protects more against Cinderclasm, so I'm going to play that and then Wedding Announcement. They have Demon Bolt? Still want to protect against Syneclasm. And I have enough white mana already, so I'll discard Bright Claim Pathway to the blood. Divine and Fading Hook till 2 more than removal. Right? Yep. If they counter this. Unfortunate. Alright. At least they can't copy Epiphany this turn. Just passed. That means they're doing the whole... It means they're doing the whole, like... Make a bunch of treasure tokens by copying the thing. Oh no. What's up, Gemini? This is not looking good for me. Ooh, baby. You ready for everything to get bounced, Jet? Wow, they played that as a land? Wow. It's gonna get bounced if I don't block it anyway. Another epiphany? Yikes. Maybe I should have a go blank in here or something. I'm gonna bank on drawing a land. If I draw a land and they don't have like a turn 1 spike field hazard, I should be okay. And Nimble Sloth, thanks for the raid. Let's freaking go. Everyone go follow Nimble Sloth. How many followers do you have now? You just started streaming yesterday. Let's get Nimble Sloth to 50 followers. Please follow Nimble Sloth. Well, there's the spike field, and there's my nut. I didn't draw a land, unfortunately. Alright, moment of truth. Do I draw a land or not? I drew a land. Busted. Not only was it a land, but it was a 15 slow day today with Nuno hopping back and forth between here and my stream. Yo, I mean, getting more than 0 viewers is not a slow day for your second day streaming, Nimble Sloth. And I mean that. I really, really mean that. They actually had the spike field. Do you mean that? No, I don't. Alright, no Cinderclasm here. Demon Bolt my Planeswalker. That means they're not Demon Bolting my creature. I really don't want to play into a sweeper. But I am drawing multiple cards if I play Wedding Announcement, so that's really not that's kind of not playing into a sweeper, right? I do this, and then I do this and this and attack with 3. Like, yeah, it seems like I'm blowing my load here, but I get 2 draws. Yeah, he just started streaming yesterday, Adam. Perfect. Perfect. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Let's go. No sweeper. What could 5 mana go mean? It means I don't care and I attack with everything. Could be copying Demon Bolt. Fading Hope. Oh, Fading Hope and Cinderclasm would be really bad for me. Okay, just multiple Fading Hopes. That works out. And then even if they sweep, I can Falcon Wrath here. And if they sweep, I can just bring it back. Seems good. Let's say a Spike Field. Oh no, Spike Field doesn't work, it's a 4-2. Then I get to draw a card. Let's freaking go! Honestly, Welcoming Vampire is pretty good because it does play around Cinderclasm. All these cards are so good, though. Was a bit of a mishmash today. Draft and brewing a Bagulgari list for Alchemy and then played some Green-White Festival Landfall. Love to see it. Gonna try not to lose to Spikefield Hazard on turn whatever, so I'm gonna play Blood Tithe Harvester first instead of these. Wedding Announcement was a really good draw. Well, I mean, what if I play the thing right now that loses to Spikefield? Because then next turn they can't, like, if they Spikefield me, they can't, like, use any 3-mana card against me? And Panda Veneco, thank you very much for the follow. And if they Spikefield me, I can get the Spikefield out of the graveyard with Cemetery Gatekeeper. So I start by attacking. This was the plan. And then this also plays around Draw Disruption by playing Cemetery Gatekeeper here, targeting the Spikefield Hazard, so every instant they play means that they take 2 life. A little unfortunate that that was Beholden Multiverse, though. But they scratched 2 to the bottom. We are going to get rid of the Spikefield Hazard, though, so I don't do that again with Lear. Every time they play an instant, they lose 2 life, which is almost their whole deck. Draw Disruption. Aha! I love playing around a card that they have. Alright, so let's go ahead and attack. We're going to take 2 life from targeting this anyway. Spikefield Hazard, sure. Then we go black. Could have went red and cast both of these, but I don't want to play into another Jawar Disruption. Let's go Gatekeeper again. I don't have double red. I could have cast both before I played the land, yes. Wait, could I have? I don't know, this doesn't make a treasure, it makes a blood token. Burn down the house. Oh. Edgar makes this a 3-2. I also like casting the 4-drop into this kind of mana. If I attack, they block with 2 of them and then kill the Gatekeeper. So I'm okay with just not attacking. Another Jawari. We played around that really well. Alright, so the trick is, if we attack with this and they double block to try to kill the Cemetery Gatekeeper, we actually don't kill one of these devils. We put all the damage on one devil and no damage on this devil, so we only kill one of them. And they're gonna be like, wait, what? That you didn't kill both of them? What just happened? So here's a Hullbreaker Horror? Maybe? Hullbreaker Horror or, like the draw combo? God, I hate that draw combo. I'll copy my card that discards a card and draws 4 cards and makes 4 treasures. Then next turn, I play my whole hand. That's a Leer that they discarded. What? Hello? If I attack with everything, they double block Edgar, I only kill 1 devil. They double block Cemetery Gatekeeper. It has first strike, and I only first strike 1 of them. Okay, so I think I'm okay. By attacking everything. Unfortunately, I don't have Infernal Grasp in my hand, so this could mean I lose the game because I don't have that card. Protecting Gatekeeper's losing me damage. It could be saving me a bunch of damage, though. Oh, actually, that was clever. I didn't see the fact that they could actually kill the Gatekeeper if they double block multiple things. That's fine. At least I'm drawing another card. I knew they had that card. Yeah, like I said, because I don't have Infernal Grasp in my hand, it probably loses me the game, because Infernal Grasp right there would have won me the game. And I do have 2 in my deck, but just didn't draw them. There's the Cinderclasm we were playing around, and that worked. That sucks. If we don't block this now, we die. They just bounce it and attack with me for 14, 16 damage. Please don't cast another extra turn spell. What's up, Dozen? That's putting me to 10 damage. You probably play one Leer, one Horror, and like 3 Epiphanies. So they probably just drew 2 1-ofs. I need to draw Infernal Grasp. I want to play against not that deck. Like, if I would have had Infernal Grasp in my hand, I don't think I lose that game. Watsy's idea of fun and yours aren't similar. Well, it's not even necessarily Watsy's idea of fun. It's what Watsy thinks is fun for the Magic community. So it honestly just doesn't matter what Watsy thinks is fun. If people still think that taking extra turns are fun, in general in the Magic community, which they do, then they'll keep printing the cards. It was the why was this printed card? Yeah, it seems like insane. Like, why did they give it flash? Why can't it just be Nezahal and just not have flash? Yeah, fun. Not fun for them, fun for people that are playing, right? They monitor what they think is fun for the general Magic community. And as long as extra turn spells are fun for the general Magic community, then they're gonna keep printing those cards. There needs to be a counter to the turns that are printed in regular or standard that can't already be played in the deck, you know? Something tells me that this is a deadly dispute. So I'm just gonna attack. They're gonna block and then deadly dispute it. Oh, or they just deadly dispute their treasure. Less Broken Veil Summer, that card is Autumn's Veil. If you go exclamation point card in chat, type in Autumn's Veil, you'll see the less broken version. Opponent loses next turn. I mean, I might just have to meat hook right now. I'll just do this. I don't think they can kill me from 6. I knew they had that. Well, if they cast Lolth, I can just meat hook Massacre for 1 and kill the Lolth. So please cast Lolth. They have blood on the snow? Actually, that would suck. For me. But Lolth is exiled, so I can't bring that back. They're gonna blood on the snow and bring back Shambling Ghast? Be my guest. I know what they have. I literally just know what they have. It's actually just a meme at this point.
You fight for me now. You wish to know my secrets? Very well.
Just doing this to gain a little bit of life in the long term. I'm still gonna make one, right? Does that gain life this turn? Top deck, that's a really good draw. Decho, it's okay. We all had those days. You should probably just attack with Faceless Haven. Oh, this is a 4-3 Faceless Haven instead of it being 3. Forgot about that. Definitely blocking. Okay, I'm not blocking.
Without me, we're all doomed.
I'll play the land to draw off Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Could kill him next turn. What do they have in hand? Yeah, one time, WinCon and Tutor in the same spellbook. In my last YouTube video, I actually got a Approach of the Second Sun, but it was still like 4 cards deep in my deck. But then I just got a Tutor off the next one, and then tutored it for game. Why didn't we attack with Hive? Because I wanted to block the Faceless Haven just in case. Could have attacked with Hive, I guess. I always when I'm ahead in the game, it's always better to play safe when you're like pretty far ahead. Like, I didn't know they had another Blood in the Snow in hand. I had perfectly enough creatures on board to force interaction that I didn't have to attack with this. Wow, I'm actually dead. Imagine being dead to a Shambling Gas, chat. I actually just can't believe that happened. Like in hindsight, it was good to attack with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant there. But the only reason I didn't attack with the Hive of the Eye Tyrant was because I didn't want something like that to happen. Them killing me out of nowhere. But as soon as I attack with the Hive, they killed me. That's the problem. Trying to avoid things like that. Like, I thought I was okay since I had the 1-mana 1/1 lifelinker, but they happened to draw a removal spell. Alright, here's Deadly Dispute. Let's do this. Make this a 3-2 to play around Deadly Dispute.
We will slay our enemies. And do what I demand. A setback. Nothing more.
That was good. That was a good trade. Trade Bloodcaster and a Rival Oblivion in hand for their whole board. Wish I had another mana so I could play Wedding Announcement in the same turn, but kind of everything, right? They're gonna Necrotic Fumes the Edgar. That sucks. Oh, they're gonna Eaten Alive. Okay, that's actually worse for me. I wanted to play kind of wanted to play Welcoming Vampire before I played Wedding Announcement, but the Vampire would just get exiled. Spell Stinger is a good one. The Dispute. That's why you left up 2 mana on purpose. Infernal Grasp my Harvester. I mean, I'm okay with that. Alright, I'll make a 1-1. I'll take the block. Alright. Land, please. There we go. Opponent still has 5 cards in hand, which is annoying. This deck actually gets much better in Alchemy, though. Because you have 4 copies of the thing that makes the 3-mana enchantment, black enchantment. That makes Blood Artist and a treasure token, and then every time you sacrifice, not treasure token, Blood Artist and a blood token, and every time you sack a blood token, you drain 1. And it stacks with each copy of it. So you get like massively more reach and burn damage by playing that card. So if you're a standard player, I suggest you try Alchemy and try that card if you already like this style of deck. This is going to be a block, and this is going to be a block. I mean, they can already meat hook for 4. I mean, this is just a sweeper here. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. At least I keep exiling Lolth so they don't bring it back. But they do have Fell Stinger, Shambling Ghast, Eye Twitch. Alright, I would like to draw an untap land. There we go. So I can do this and sacrifice a token. So I can start burning them. Greedy capitalist exploits poor worker scorpion again. I know, right? Yep, that's the truth. The proof is in the pudding here. The proof is in the picture. You know how they say a picture says 1,000 words. Those are the words. Meat hook for 6. I'm doing this because this makes them want to put blockers on the board, and when they do that, I just play Anya. Or I just Rite of Oblivion the Wolf.
I will show you what happens when the spot. My will cannot be denied.
If I draw an untap land, I'll play Anya. Then I can just burn them. Enrica. Could just Rite of Oblivion. I don't have 8 mana here. They're just going to Necrotic Fumes it. Or that.
A gift in exchange for loyalty.
I don't even know if Henrika does anything right now. I might just have to, like, sack a blood token for Meathook. Never mind. I didn't think they could use 2 Havens this turn. I'm dead exactly again. Am I exactly dead 2 games in a row? Oh, it sucks. There's so much removal. They had 2 Blood on the Snows, Meathook Massacre, like 2 Eaten Alives. Yeah, exactly why Haven's a 3-3, because Haven being a 4-3 is really good. I mean, they're both good, but, like, that's why it's a 3-3. The fact that Haven had 4 power was actually the difference in winning and losing on both of those games. Yeah, there's no brushstroke in regular standard. Unfortunately. Alright, Jamers, how do we feel about this deck? I like it much more in Alchemy than I like it here, but I also like it here as well. So, please try this out. It has a lot of good tools against control. If you drop an early Paladin class against any control deck, you should be good to go, especially with the 4 Cemetery Gatekeepers in the sideboard. A little bit of a weird thing against Mono Black Snow, but you could shore up that matchup as well. The addition to Brushstroke in Alchemy makes like a huge difference, but it's still really good. Like maybe you take out the Nighthawk Scavengers and put in the Brushstrokes if you wanted to play this in Alchemy, but we beat Izzet and we beat Esper Control, both decks with this in regular standard. So definitely a pretty good deck. So if you like vampires and you like this aggressive style mid-range deck with Rite of Oblivion, making tokens, making blood tokens, doing some damage, it's a great deck. Feel free to try this out. Let me know in the comments what you think about it. Don't forget to like and to subscribe if you got this far. Thank you very much for watching. And watch me in the next video right over here. And I'll see you soon. Peace. All right. We're probably not going to play standard again, so we're going to change out these Nighthawk Scavengers for whatever it's called. Brushstroke. And then we change out Henrika and Edgar for Connoisseur. Because I was gonna play this card as well, but I realized it was an alchemy card. You modified this deck for alchemy and it works there too? Yeah. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's good. But so that one's gonna be up on YouTube. If you haven't seen the most recent YouTube video, I put the Esper Control deck that we played a little while ago on my YouTube. So if you like Esper Control and you like that thing, you like to be the bad person in alchemy, we have a Lear Hullbreaker Horror, Meat Hook Massacre, Vanishing Verse amalgamation for you to enjoy if you are the bad person. But we are going to be playing some more Abzan mid-range for the rest of the stream for the next 2.5 hours because I love this deck. But now we go play, and then we go ranked, and then we go best of 3, then we go alchemy, and then we go Abzan mid-range, then we press OK. That's so dumb. Why? Why did they make me do that? Seth, thanks for the follow. Wait, was it you that I just played against? Ranker with a K. Can you tell I like these cards? I just played these cards in that last deck. Okay, I like turn 2 green source. I like turn 2 green, black, white all on turn 2. So I'm gonna put back this because I only need 1 white and I already have double black. Let's see. That is an orb. Already had double black, so I'll go white here. So then they're going to play 4-mana dragon, then we're going to try to Rite of Oblivion it, I think. Expressive Iteration? So it's an Is It Dragons deck? Scariest kind. Please don't play a 2-mana dragon. Okay, good. Florahedron. I mean, I guess this is the turn where I cast Chariot. Oh, I have a bounce spell? Spike Field. That's fine. I'll make another 1/1 on end step. I can't pay the 4 for that. I'm gonna have to hold off for now. I was gonna play the other wedding announcement, but I need this treasure in case I draw an untapped land. No, I need this treasure in case I don't draw land. This is exactly 2 mana plus 4 for Imarith. But then it's just gonna get countered, so that's the spot we're in. I mean, if it gets countered, my Chariot's a 5/5, and maybe they trade with the Chariot. Yeah, if they attack, no war. That's true. I don't think they'll attack, though, with all the power I have on board. Decline this, just in case I don't draw land. Alright, I drew a tap land. Alright, so this definitely gets like Jawari Disruption. That would really suck. Oh my gosh, if they have Jawari. That was a little unfortunate, because if they only had Dragon's Fire, then it was correct for me not to animate first. My plan was to attack, get another treasure to play around Jawari Disruption. And then maybe they don't trade with the dragon. Oh my gosh, they returned their Eye Tyrant. They could have returned the Rite of Oblivion, and it would just be like a counterspell. So they would keep their Eye Tyrant. I guess they want another ETB. But like, man, I hate this version of dragons because, like, they also have counterspells. They go Orb and Town Razor. I think I'm taking 4. Want to draw an untap land so I can cast both of these. Crap. I guess I'm sacking both lands next turn. Stop casting that card. Oh my gosh, that card's so annoying. Ugh. Counterspell. And they're gonna be like, sacrifice the orb, get a Goldspan Dragon, hit you for 8. Or they already have one. Wow. I could have kept that technically, but kind of want more lands. Gonna cast Innkeeper in the same turn, but just in case I don't draw another land, I want to use this to ramp the Ren. But I also don't like 4/4 Rens anyway in this matchup because of Dragon's Fire. Gotta go, James. Had to do some recording for YouTube. Hey, let's go. Alright, so I do this plus tap land. No, I do this plus this. And then I verse whatever dragon they play. It's okay, Nuno. It'll eventually become second nature to not do that. Double whelp? I don't need to care about whelp anymore at this point then. All I need to do is care about the dragons they play after this, because double whelp doesn't really do anything for me. Alright, so a 5/5 dragon is good.
They prepare for war.
Alright, so they're planning on attacking my Ren to try to kill it. Me block the Fearsome Whelp to save my Ren with the 5/5, and then they Dragon's Fire for 4. So I'm not blocking with my free folk. Unless they have Imarith in hand and they can just kill my 5/5. I don't even think I'm blocking.
The forest will be overrun.
That was a free gold span. They pass turn. I can't upgrade Paladin class and Vanishing Verse in the same turn. I still think they have Dragon's Fire. I need to save my 6/6 at all costs. Also 1 mana Imarith. They need a bounce spell. I'm also, I think, going to give my Tree Folk double strike next turn. Or they have to chump it with the Imarith. Actually, they have to chump anyway. They bounce my 8 and I just lose. I could bounce my Paladin class. But then they still have to chump with the 8/8. No, I don't. If they win this game, it'll be insane. I mean, then again, I've been hanging on the thread of this Tree Folk the entire game. It turns out they actually didn't have Dragon's Fire, but I needed to play around it. Like, imagine playing against big dragons and then they follow it up with Divide by Zero. That's annoying. drew a land. I just get jump blocked over and over again. Oh my gosh, I don't know I have double strike. I'm hanging on a tree folk for this entire game. Oh my gosh, no! No! Oh my gosh. What can I draw? Oh, I can draw brushstroke, right? No, that doesn't work because I don't have a hand. Okay, that works. So I can do this in Ward 4? And then this gives me a card in hand for brushstroke? Oh crap, they go to 3. Dang it! Crap. At least this means that they can't divide by 0 their thing. Oh, yes they can because I sacked it. Okay. Alright. Hanging by a thread. No. Not like this. No, land. I needed to draw, the 1-mana black creature here. I need to draw a gas so I can play the gas and then write the gold spend and kill the whelp. Now they're just gonna back themselves up with counter spells. Come on. Alright, now I'm out of stuff. Alright, no haste dragon, that's good. Another whelp. Okay. You have a spike field? No! Crap! No, don't draw lands right now. Oh, God. Oh? You still have a counter spell? Yikes. They had it. Yeah, but besides the weird block, they played well. I agree. Green? And then I go black? That's a problem. Jeez. This is one of our worst matchups. I don't know why they didn't give Stormseeker haste. They exiled my Rite of Oblivion. I think I'm gonna just block with the two. No, I'm just gonna take both, I think. Because, like, if they have Inscription or something weird... Oh. I guess I could still have it. Oh. I guess they're not attacking? The Seeker's Chariot's the best 4/4 blocker ever printed. Maybe they are attacking? They're not attacking. Goop. Nice 2-3-4 curve there. Alright, no white mana yet, but an Innkeeper makes a white mana. Oh my gosh, if they go Magda here, it's broken. No! The Dream Curve. I don't have white mana. They could Dragon's Fire my Florahedron. They can cast a 5-drop this turn. They can cast a 6-drop this turn. Ouch. Averbruck Caretaker. Turn 3. Please don't. Please don't. Oh no. Not like this. This is the dream curve of dream curves, if this is the case. Ah, all I did was foretell. The 4 mana 4/4 haster. Things could have gone a lot worse there, kids.
No cost is too great to quell my peoples. You deal with this annoyance.
Alright, this is a haste creature, and that's really scary. These two cards together are also scary. I need to kill this. White mana, please. Perfect. I don't think I'm blocking with that, since they're going to be attacking with Trample and everything. Plus, that's Demon Bolt. A top deck Town Razor. What a draw. That was an incredible draw. They have a huge haster coming, by the way. They had the Lupine Harbingers. It's been foretold for like 3 turns.
children drench their
I think I have to accept that Lolth dies here. But at least it buys me a turn to try to get me Hook Massacre for 4. But Lupine Harbingers, I think, is a 7/7. It's an 8/8. God. Can I doubling up the tokens too slow? I'm pretty sure, yeah, it doesn't. Maybe I want my lifelinker to live.
I will. Aren't I gems?
One second, chat. My job's calling me.
Subservience will be rewarded.
Alright. So now that we did that, we can Rite of Oblivion targeting Harbingers, and then we can sacrifice the Brushstroke. We put an extra counter on this. Does it still work if the mana gets perpetually below 4 mana cost? Yes. Because it doesn't change the actual mana value of the card, it just changes the casting cost.
A gift in exchange for loyalty.
If we win this game, it'd be amazing. But unfortunately, I didn't draw a land off of the thing, so I might actually have to sacrifice this land. I knew it. I knew they had a removal spell. But unfortunately, they get exiled, so Lolth doesn't get counters. And because of that, I think I'm dead. Unfortunately, I still think I'm dead. I can't like win with 3 mana against the Lair of the Hydra and a Magda. Alright, what can I draw? Jump blocker? On a jump blocker. Meat hook for 1. That doesn't do anything. Because of the treasure, they kill me. Close. That was really close. Maybe if I had jump blocked the Lupine Harbingers with my 2/3 lifelink. We shouldn't have plus Lolth. Yeah, that too. I didn't think the plus mattered because I thought I lost to the land anyway. But it turned out that if I don't plus Lolth and I just play Meat Hook for 1, that they couldn't kill me with the land. I need white mana. It's really hard to beat turn 1 Manadork, turn 2 Magda. A Sentinel and then Magda. But that was the closest I would have gotten to doing it. I'm attacking, because then I'm just going to make a treasure token and cast Chariot. Alright, I guess I'm going to use this. Lenmar, thanks for the follow. I knew they had that. I wasn't going to fall for that trick. Been in the game too long to fall for that, Kokov. God, Halana's too good. Oh, and they had Halana last game too. They literally had everything. And Vanishing Verse can't get rid of this. Pup into Halana is really good. That's not an answer. And they had the Brutal Blast.
I do what I demand.
More Vanishing Verses? No. I would have actually stayed alive if it wasn't Brittle Blast, if it was any other removal spell, because then Lolth would have got counters. Oh my gosh, Tovolar. And then, because Lolth would have got counters, because things would have died instead of getting exiled, and then I could have minused again. attacking me. Sure, if you have Brittle Blast, you have Brittle Blast. Well, not Brittle Blast, but any other removal spell. So I can minus Lolth again, and then I can Vanishing Verse the Tenacious Pup.
Annihilation. Subservience will be rewarded.
I have to cast a spell in order for it to not turn to nighttime. Townraiser. They're going to give that haste, and then I'm going to Vanishing Verse it. Dispute. If I draw a removal spell, I win, right? I'm just gonna do this. I don't have game on board. I'm just gonna do this and see what I draw.
I will cull the weak.
Hmm.
I will get what I want. We will slay our enemies. My will cannot be denied.
Oh god, not that card. I feel like that was a pretty clean play. I feel like that was like by far the best thing I could have done. Perfect. I'm trying to figure out how many invitational invites that I'll be giving out. I have 8 qualifier weekend invitations, some gym and some arena gym codes. So I'm thinking, and I have to use them within the next 3 months. But there's not an even number of invitations to give out in 3 months. Because I would love to do 3, 3, and 3, but I only have 8 instead of 9. Oh, but it's February qualifier weekend invitations, just for February. So I could just give out to top 4. And then my February stream league would be top 4 also. I wonder, does anyone know when the February qualifier weekend invitational is? February MTG qualifier weekend date. Premier event calendar. Saturday, February 19th, 2022. That's modern. I really can't find it right now. Mythic Invitational. It's saying January 22nd and 23rd, 2022. But it's not saying February. Aw, thank you. Green. That's an Ascendant Spirit. What's up, Hazmat? You're late to work. What, for modding? Oh. That just becomes a 2-3. Hey, thanks, Tincho. I want this to be white, so I'll just make this green. Get in for 1, I guess. They had a flash creature. It's the adversary, and that's a 2/1, so I'm okay with doing this. And the 3/1 is it's a 4/4 flying. And then it becomes a 2/1/1 counter draw card. All right, hopefully they don't like counter my Ren. Honestly, they could be playing Jawari Disruption. So I'm just not gonna bother with casting Ren this turn. Shouldn't have played a land first. Could have got a scry. If anybody can find out when the February qualifier weekend date is, that would be amazing. Because I also need to figure out how many invites I'm going to be giving. I'm leaning towards top 4 for January and February Stream Leagues. Another Ascendant Spirit. Honestly, could just be Divide by 0. I'm going to attack with Innkeeper, and if they block it, they don't have Divide by 0. If they block it and then pump the Spirit, they have Divide by 0. They didn't block it. Are you going to be in Stream League? Yes. We just need to get you... message Uncle Russ in the tournament Discord. Or are you working? Oh. What do you mean, modding? What the heck is reject? Counter a creature or planeswalker unless I pay 3? I knew they had that. I knew they had something. Like melee and here. I already have 2 people for that. I already have Uncle Russ and Yoshi Islander for that, so I don't need you for that. If you'd like to play, then I would love to have you. But if not, then you can mod in chat for me, if you'd like. Could just die to Ascendant Spirits. Especially if I keep drawing lands. Actually, if I didn't play a land this plains first, I could have drawn Ren this turn because this card would be to the bottom. So I could have played a Ren this turn, and that could be the difference between winning and losing. In fact, it actually just is. Because this gets flying, and then I lose this turn. So, yep. Difference between winning and losing, unless I have a bounce spell. Playing one land was the difference between winning and losing this game. Playing a single land. It's not released yet, Renshank? Last arena announcements from the 22nd of December for January dates. Okay, in 5 days. Got it. Opponent is keeping the mono blue hope alive, but we could have won that game. Unless they had a bounce spell. So we could have drawn Ren that turn into tapped out mana. So I go black then white. Wizard class. No max hand size. When it becomes level 2, draw 2 cards. To play around Jawari Disruption and play this turn. Or are they going to draw 2 cards? Draw 3. Your max hand size is reduced by 3. So if I Vanishing Verse this in response, then they actually have to have their max hand size reduced by 3. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, I have to discard 4 cards. Oh my gosh. That was insane. Oh my gosh, that was broken. Metaparcus, thanks for the follow. That was just too good. Oh, that was you don't see that every day. Can someone clip that? That was actually too good. Sweet, saw the list yesterday and wanted to see it.
Sweet, saw the listed yesterday.
Wayne Lester, thanks for the
wanted
prime.
to see it. At Lumberjack MTG.
Where are you, Lumberjack MTG, on Twitter or something? Aha! You are Lumberjack MTG on Twitter. I just checked on Twitter. I'm going to try to set up a Meat Hook Massacre at some point, but that's probably not going to work out against Ascendant Spirit. What happened? Did they have to discard their hand? They played a Wizard class, which says they have no maximum hand size. And then they used the new card that says draw 3 cards, your maximum hand size is reduced by 3, to just draw 3. But then I Vanishing Verse the Wizard class in response and made them reduce their hand size to 4 after they had 8 cards in hand. So our next turn's gonna be really good. We're gonna get to Shambling Ghast and then Rite of Oblivion, the Ascendant Spirit. Make ourselves a treasure token. And then all of a sudden our Prosperous Innkeepers are going to be like super huge. And they have to play everything in their main phase because Paladin class means that they can't play anything else. And then we're going to Meat Hook Massacre for 1. PogChamp. They're playing into our hands, Chad. They're playing into our hands. They're playing into our outstretched arms, chat. The heck is this? Oh, this card's actually really good. So, let's Rite of Oblivion this. No, it has Ward, right? So I guess I'm meat hooking for 3? Or do I just give them a card? I'm just gonna give them a card. And then when they attack me, I'm gonna Asika's Chariot, the 2/2 attack, make a treasure token, and then I can pay the ward with Rite of Oblivion. Or I'll just meat hook Massacre for 3 and kill everything. But as it stands right now, they can't play anything on my turn because it's too expensive. I love when the control deck taps out, chat, or the counterspell deck. They're gonna seek a 5-drop. I never know if this seeks a 4-drop here or a 5-drop. But when Obsessive Collector has no cards in hand, they actually seek a 1-drop. So maybe they have a 5-drop? I don't really know how this card works. I don't think I meat hook Massacre yet. I think I just want a Rite of Oblivion. Then we play our tap land. Icebreaker Kraken? Can I get my Rite of Oblivion back? What's up, Turd God? Good to see you again. Okay, is this a bug? Yeah, it's a bug. How much mana is this thing? 12? So when they have 6 mana, it's 6. So it just always comes down on turn 6. If they don't have a bounce spell, they would have used it, right? No, they could have used... They would have had to have 2 bounce spells there, so I understand the attack. feel like I just attack with Chariot. Bounce spell? So they just make me use my treasure here? So I just decline this, right? They're gonna pay 3 mana and draw 2 cards. Blocking with the Innkeeper because I want this token to make another token off Chariot. Alright, they're tapped out so I can play Ren.
The will of the woods is made manifest.
Make a copy of that, and then since I only attacked with 1 creature this turn, I get another 2/2. And by 2/2, I mean 3/3. And if they have another Icebreaker or Kraken, it means I still have a blocker. I'm not going to double block just in case they have a bounce spell. Another Kraken, like I said. And these won't untap. Oh, it's all artifacts and creatures. That's annoying. Go blank is absurd here. I'm gonna plus this first, though.
We can foster much growth.
I'm going Go Blank and Paladin class this turn, I think. If they have Negate, any 2-mana counter spell that counters a sorcery, they can counter this. So like test of talents. I did indeed call negate. But I can make them chump block with this Kraken. Question is, do I lose if they chump block with it? I think I actually do lose if they chump block with it. Like, they go to 3, and then they can attack me with both Havens, and that is 14 damage. In that case, I just attack with one of them. No, I'm just going to attack with none of them. I mean, if they Epiphany, they Epiphany. Oh my god. They're going to kill me with both 8/8s. Wow. Yeah, the negate was insane. Well, I guess it wasn't the negate, because they could have just not negated and done the same play. Oh my god. They're broken. They're just flexing at this point. Like, half their deck doesn't even do anything. They won because they drew, like, multiple icebreakers. And I didn't kill them in time. I'm trying to think if there's any way that I could have played the rest of that game differently. Like, there was the Meat Hook Massacre turn that I think I played fine. There was the Ward play. Honestly, if I didn't know they were playing Kraken at this point, right? But I could have Meat Hook Massacred for 3 to kill the 4/3 instead of paying the ward cost, and then I would have had the Rite of Oblivion in the graveyard for the 8/8. So, like, if I had done that differently, I could have won. But that's just pure hindsight at this point. The only time that Paxong Pup is good is right after Tenacious Pup with no interaction. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm very dead for not having an answer to anything. That was terrible. So for, let's see. So for Stream League on the 16th, I'm probably gonna do 4 February qualifier weekend invites for each person in the top 4. And then I have some codes to give out for the rest of the top 8. So 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place. And then we also have the Cool Stuff Inc. $1,000 of store credit to distribute between the top 8 as well. So that's really good price support. Before it was just the Cool Stuff Inc., but now you actually get February qualifier weekend invites and gem codes. Are you always gonna have Tenacious pop on turn 1? I'm gonna try to juice the Path of Peril here. Oh, I can't. This is gonna... Okay, I have to Vanishing Verse this, I guess. I don't know. Actually, no, I don't. If I do this for white, I don't have to. I think they get rid of all their Hunt Masters in the deck, right? All I have to do now is hope they don't have haste creatures. Then I can Chariot Verse next turn. Alright. It's the 16th. January 16th, in 9 days. Play around Snakeskin Vale there. Alright, no Albrook Caretaker, sick. Cry first. Make that white. Definitely don't want another land. Just do this since Faceless Haven is 3 mana. Or a 3/3 instead of a 4/4. An extra trump blocker in there. When does it start? Sorry, doing work scheduling right now. All the information is in the Discord, but it starts at 11 a.m. Eastern, and deck lists are due at 10:45 a.m. Eastern. Okay, so I'm just gonna kill this Faceless Haven. A lot of Faceless Havens. This could also make them use their Snakeskin. That's a really tough Lupine Harbingers. Yikes. They still have jump blockers. So it's going to be a 5/5? It's going to be a 6/6? With Vigilance? Ouch. I need a removal spell. Of course! Please, 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 please. Stop drawing lands, deck. That's 3 lands in a row. Oh, hey, look, it's regular Faceless Haven. Oh, wow, I'm dead to the pup attacking, aren't I? Wait, no, I'm not. I'm dead to everything happening. That was so dumb. Yes, the link changed. I had to change I had to change it. The link is this now. Oh. Okay. Surprise Christmas still not enrolled yet. I had to unenroll everyone, so we're in the process of re-enrolling people. Dragons? I'm not gonna play around stuff because I'm already behind. Dragon's Fire? Braid? Yep. After they block Chariot, if they block Chariot, I'll just play another one. Then I'll go Crossroads for black. And then I'm not going to sacrifice this again. Hopefully they don't have, like, Cinderglasm or something. God, I hate that card. Oh, I can barely not pay the 4. But I can make Reachers. And I'll make this white.
A gift in exchange for loyalty.
You can't do it if it was in the afternoon my time, I could have. Well, you have something going on in the morning?
Oh, you'll fall into my web again.
That is a Town Razor Tyrant. So I have to pay 4 life right now in order to pay the ward on Rite of Oblivion. Or they can just attack. I mean, I could just Meat Hook Massacre for 4. Am I blocking this Emerith? Oh, because I want to protect against a... I want to protect against a Goldspan Dragon. You'd rather have been at 12 this turn with Sword in play? Well, then Imarith would have been there still, right? Oh, no, that's not true. What do they do here? I don't have double green. They have Goldspan? That sucks. But I think I'm getting in for 6. They had it. Please don't cast a huge spell. I'm gonna make them think about blocking this here. Because I could technically meat hook for 4. Man, if this was an untapped land, I could meat hook for 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, imagine if that was an untapped land. Oh, man. Oh. Imagine. Now if they have an answer to my creature, I lose.
I bring my own army.
Alright, so I'm not dead yet. Or are they just BMing and they have the Dragon's Fire the whole time? Okay. So they don't die because this thing has lifelink. They didn't have Adult Gold Dragon, it was just another Goldspan, they would have died. But I can meat hook for 4 now, but it doesn't kill the Inferno. But I can just make a 2/3 after. Never mind, I'm dead.
Fight. I'll fix that. Dire times call for dire tactics.
Alright, I swear, if you... I don't like that. I don't like the... I'm at 9, but you feel the need to go to 11 and go to 12 just because you can. If they didn't have this Moonville Regent, or I drew a... Honestly, if I drew this as an untapped land, I would have won the game, I think. That was a really close game. They also drew like a lot of dragons off the top. I was like, please don't have a big dragon, and they just slammed a 6/6. And then I was like, dang, please don't have a dragon. Adult Gold Dragon. And then as soon as they played Adult Gold Dragon, Moonveil Regent. Like, it was all off the top. Oh no, I agree. Howdy, Turtle. I had to protect against turn 2 well. And I had no third land. There we go. No, we all forget. We all forget. I feel like 9 times out of 10 you do the right thing though. Oh wow, they're playing blue. Jeskai Dragon. I would love an untapped land next turn. Untapped green next turn. Let's go. Moonveil seems better than Jeskai. I mean, if there was a Jeskai dragon, I'd say yes. Oh. Thank you. Turn too late, though. Gosh, I wish I had Paladin class for this kind of game. I didn't know they were going to play this kind of game. I get a treasure? I get to cast Ren this turn. Hog champ. I don't have double green, so I'll use the treasure as my second green. I bet they're regretting their life on that Dragon's Fire, though.
It is time the trees can
Alright, please don't have a bounce spell for my... Alright, thank you. Inferno! Why are they playing black mana? Oh, I guess they're playing Tiamat then.
Power grows with tender care.
I don't want this blocking the 6/6, but... I'm gonna play this. Do I even want Sanguine Brushstroke in this matchup? That's the fun part about aggro decks for me, though. It's like, how can you play around every card that you think they have? Gosh, this hand is really good and really bad. Hand's probably worse. So green, black, white, black. Alright, better hand. No spike field hazard, please. Thank you. Guess I should have played this as white instead of this, because that's double green for Ren. So I autopiloted this. Alright, there it is. So they hit me for 4 here to 14. I take 2. No, I'm going to sacrifice the land at the start of my turn and play Bright Clan Pathway on black. Please don't play a 4/4 Haste Dragon. No, Haste Dragon, period. Okay, that's a 4/4 Haste Dragon. Alright, so next turn means I make 2/2/3 lifelink flyers. Hopefully they don't have a removal spell. Please just play a Whelp or something. Thank you. Oh no, I don't have double black. Needed to keep that. Now I'm dead. Oh, that sucks. Why am I so dumb? I need to draw Vanishing Verse off the top then. Now that turn could have. This turn could have had 2/2/3 untappers. Untapped. Vanishing Verse right now. Vanishing Verse and go. Crap. They have 1 damage. They win. I'm confident that. Oh, is that not 1 damage? I'm confident that if I had not sacked that, I would have won. No, I mean, that was just my fault though. That wasn't the deck's fault. I just misplayed. It's not that the mana base is tough. It's that I did the wrong play. I mean, I don't even know what my out is. Honestly, I don't even have an out. Well, if I had an out, it's definitely not a land. And I could have had 2 lifelinkers there. That sucks. At least I know it's not. At least I know it's not the deck's fault. It's just that I'm being bad. That was me just playing too fast and not realizing I didn't have 2 black mana. I thought if I sacked that, I'd have 2 black mana. I don't even think it's true to build a 3-color mana base in this format. Like, especially because we have the tap Scryland. I think the answer is just me playing better. Is everyone playing Lupine Harbingers now? Oh my gosh, I think I'm dead. I think Deadly Dispute's a scam, actually, in this format. Maybe. Weird to say that, but I always side it out. I just never need it. I never want it. I think it's too slow. Why are they saying nice to that? This at least makes them attack everything into Lolth.
You require my aid. Aren't I the generous one? Aren't I generous?
Hey, Dad. I need to draw Meathook Massacre. Even if I draw Meathook Massacre, I die to Lupine Harbingers next turn.
I will not cry like I will cull the weak.
Double check if it was Lupine Harbingers. Yep. Good draw. Don't want Brushstroke. Better than a land. I don't know. I'm not super upset if I don't draw land. What's the best play if they have a 4/4 dragon next turn? You also have a braid. I think I just give him a 6/6. And then I can just keep slamming 5/5s on the table. I mean, even if they use a braid on the Wrangler, I'm okay. It means they use their whole turn on this. Riddle Blast is annoying because it gets exiled. I'm just going to make 2 5/5s then. If I don't draw a land, I'll just cast Chariot. Liberator. Why didn't they cast that first? They're planning on sacking this. Guess I just make them do it, and then I cast Wedding Announcement. And then this for green. Alright, now they go like huge creature with haste and trample, and +1/+1 and vigilance. Alright, at least it doesn't have haste. If I Rite of Oblivion this, they could have Snakeskin Veil, and I really don't want to lose to that card.
You reek with terror. I will get what I want.
If they use 4 of their mana instead of 5, they guaranteed us Snakeskin. Hmm. I think I'm holding back for now and playing a Hallowhenge.
It's bold to bargain with me. Or I could Rite of Oblivion the Tovolar. Yeah, I think I like that play. I think they have Snakeskin, so I'm going to Vanishing Verse something else. Okay, they don't have Snakeskin, wow.
Alright, so next turn's Path of Peril then. They block advantageously, and then they kill my Wedding Announcement with Outland Liberator, and then I Path of Peril, kill everything, and then Wolf minuses.
Do what I demand. Subservience will be my reward. I will get what I want.
Nice. You love to see it. Yes, Loth did a very good job there. Alright, so green... No. You want a Vanishing Verse on turn 2. So go black. Land. Black, white, green. They have Tovolar next turn, it's going to be really tough. So I think in that case I'll do Innkeeper. And Shambling Ghast. Stormseeker. I can Vanishing Verse that, so I'm happy. Might actually be able to hold off for a second and play Wedding Announcement. But that card's too much of a problem. Alright, not blocking with Innkeeper anyway, so I'm just going to attack with it. Alright, my guess is Lupine Harbingers or the other one in hand. Like something that's double green. No, experienced players play it too. Alright, so if they attack, they have a removal spell. Hmm. Either that or Snakeskin. I think I'm okay with just not blocking. I'm not going to play into whatever they have there. I knew it. The tough Brittle Blast to deal with. I guess I'll make a jump blocker. I knew they had that. I literally called that. Alright, so we jump block this, Vanishing versus that. They're top decking, but now I have to make sure that I don't die to Tenacious Pup and Lair of the Hydra and Ranger class. I don't have a second black, so this is turning off my hand. Yikes. Alright, they could have given this trample if they only used one red, but they messed up. Crap, man. I need to draw a black mana. And they can give either one of these trample. Which they're going to give the pup trample, but at least I'm going to get to deal with the Tovolar. I'll just do this just in case they have Brittle Blast. No, if they have Blast, they kill the 3/3. Alright, if they have it, they have it. The only thing this doesn't play around is Snakeskin Veil. They give them both trample. Alright, so they draw 2, but I kill the Tovolar. Alright, please. For once. It is absurd that I've only drawn 1 black mana in, like, the entire game. Can knock it out of diamond. I usually make mythic by now. Hugo, how's it going? Still proud of me? As long as you're proud of me. I think Deadly Dispute's a scam. I side it out literally every game. I'm playing 18 black mana and only drew 1 black mana in like 7-8 turns. Crazy. Honestly, with how this is right now, we could like technically main deck Yasharn, but I'm not going to. So this is 60. Like they were top decking, but we just couldn't draw another black source. If we drew one, we could have cast Brushstroke and Lulth, and we would have won. We have 18 black sources, plus 4 innkeepers, plus 4 shambling ghast. That was just unlucky. I think in order to help the dragons in the Gruul matchup, then I should play instant speed removal that doesn't kill me, that doesn't hurt me. That also kills multicolored things. And that card is destroy target creature or planeswalker. Fateful Absence. I don't want to go with Grasp because that deals 2 damage to me when I'm trying to fight against aggro decks. It's either Fateful Absence. It's either Fateful Absence or the one that gives indestructible or kills something with toughness 4 or greater. But that doesn't work against Tovolar with 3 toughness. And it doesn't hit planeswalkers. I mean, I don't really need to hit planeswalkers with Fateful Absence. Yeah, Grass doesn't hit walkers. I mean, walkers isn't a real thing in this format. Like, the only walker you really see in this format is, like, Thorin sometimes, Lulth sometimes. But maybe this is better with the 2 Fateful Absence in here, because it's good against dragons and also good against Gruul. All right. We will leave it at that. Let's go ahead and raid one of my favorite streamers. And I haven't went over there in a while, so we're going to raid her today. We're going to raid Anna Chess today. So, Anna Chess is someone that Nuno Patel in chat, one of our mods, knows very well. So we're going to go ahead and give Anna Chess some love streaming right now. So have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you guys at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow with some more Absdan, hopefully. And make sure to check out my YouTube video if you haven't already. Give it a like, give it a comment. It really does help it reach out to more people. So, see you tomorrow. And as always, Goose Gang, out. Let's go!